All right, good morning, everybody. I'm just going to make sure my mic is on here. Make sure it's the right mic. Yep. All right, we seem to be all connected. All right, beautiful morning. If you're long, sorry if you're short. That's just the way the cookie crumbles. Not everyone can make money in this market. Right, so monster gap up across all of the indices this morning. Insane gap up. Morning, Renzer. Morning, Squawk Box. YS, sorry to hear your puts are fucked. Yeah, so I mean, I'm positioned net long. I basically have no shorts on this market, other than USO energy shorts. I'm positioned pretty much fully net long. I've been positioned fully net long for the last week or so. Um, so first thing, what I'm going to be doing is we swung SPY 673 calls yesterday. Actually, I took a spread trade and I said it's best to basically put the position evenly. I swung 673 calls and I swung 640 puts. 640 puts are smoked, but my 673 calls are going to be up about 1400%. So I'll be looking to close those near the open. Couple other things. SOFI, I've been pounding the table on that one, guys. SOFI is one of the best performing stocks right now. I don't even know what it's up, about 9% or so, 8 or 9%. My cost base is around 15.80. We also have $17 calls for July, which are already in the money. And believe it or not, guys, if SoFi is to play out like the three last S&P 500 inclusion stocks, this could make a move to 25 bucks. Okay, FYI, and that could happen by this June rebalancing period. So that's one of my most bullish names. It's a pretty big holding. I'm still very bullish. Microsoft. On the dip, we also bought Boeing, which we're up about 10, just over 10% on our common shares. So wonderful job there. We bought LECO at 236.70, so that's going to gap up this morning. Falling wedge pattern potential breakout, so that is a nice, wonderful trade. Yesterday, we picked up Alibaba 130 calls and off the 118 level, and oh my God, another beautiful falling wedge pattern breakout to the upside, guys. This thing is going to print. We did pick up some nuclear exposure yesterday as well. SMR shares, so that trade is going to work out wonderfully well this morning. Members also know the only puts or shorts that we have on the market is USO 100 puts for July. Those are going to wake up over 100% as well. So again, another lovely home hitter run right there. Um, GME still looks like it's going to potentially squeeze outside of this range. There's still a lot of software names that are pretty oversold. Names like CRM still have potentially room to run to the upside. You look at Oracle. Oracle, I think, is just starting to form that base and get going. So here we have a sector and asset class software IGV that is roughly what 6 trillion deep, and if this starts to run and push back to these previous highs in the beginning of March, we could have a monumental push. Squawk Box saying I lost 23,000 last week. At least you're not down as bad as me. Sorry to hear that, Squawk Box. Sorry to hear that, guys. It's a tough tape, right? War headlines, geopoliticals, but to me, the market was giving accumulation signals. Anyone in the member service knows I've been bullish. I've been putting it in our member analysis videos that I do believe we're going to get a mean reversion bounce, a counter trend rally, which is why we've been positioned at long for this bounce. So that being said, everyone is now going to be reclaiming the fact that we're going to all-time highs. We just need to take it day by day because here's the thing, right? You look at what crude oil started here since March. Crude oil is still up for the month of March, even with this decline. Crude is still up about 30%, 29.5, 29.8 or so. So that is still upward pressure on inflation, pressure on the consumer, and it's still elevated comparison to where it was. Although this is a good start and we're now underneath that SR zone and the markets are rejoicing, just keep in mind inflation is going to, am I muted? Oh shit, I hope not. I hope I'm not muted. No, my mic seems to be going. Can everyone hear me? I hope so. Can I get a mic check? I can hear him. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Squawk Box. Appreciate that. So it might be your sound there, Polymom. Nevertheless, we just need to be mindful that there's still a war, even with the ceasefire going on. One headline can certainly shake things up quite substantially. Today we do have the Dixie guys, massive gap down. It does look like the Dixie wants to retest this key trend line. That's your breakout zone. So it looks like the dollar has more downside. And then there's obviously this big gap fill that I'm watching on the Dixie around 97.36. If we push down to that 97.36 zone, this market will absolutely fly and keep rejoicing to the upside. So I'm not really looking to trim much of my longs just yet. I think that even though there might be a little bit of a pullback intraday, I think the market is set up for at least a continuation rally throughout the course of the session or the rest of the week. So the only thing I'm looking to do today right off the open is I'm going to take profits on my SPY 673 calls. I'm going to close all the contracts, net that gain, but I'm not trimming my Microsoft. I'm not trimming my SOFI. I'm not trimming my Alibaba yet. I'm not trimming my Lincoln Electric. I am not trimming, what else do I have? I'm not trimming my SMR just yet. Those are just starting to get going here. What else? Nike, how's that doing? Nike's still an absolute dead horse down here. I think this is still, could go a little bit lower, but definitely very cheap down here for Nike. Let's look at some of these other names. PayPal, that's trying to break out of this bull flag pattern. We'll certainly watch that closely. Crypto BTC, again, I posted that since we're back inside of this channel, there's a strong chance that we could push back up to the high of the channel, and this would still be one major bear flag. So just keep in mind there's still a lot of assets that have bearish patterns, but we're just trading the levels and support and resistance zones, right? So it takes time for these bear flags to mature and break down. So wouldn't be surprised for a big push and then a fake breakdown on crypto to take its next leg lower. Nice push back on Microsoft here. I think Microsoft still needs to get to 400, guys. Microsoft at 404 is the 3 trillion zone, okay? I got a lot of stuff on my Microsoft chart, but we are hitting the top of this channel for Microsoft. I think that there's limited upside today. I mean, I do have an upside to 391.30 based off of this little breakout pattern, but it's another name that's still in a heavy downtrend. Wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit of profit taking on some of the short-dated calls. But I do think that we can still keep pressing here for the remainder of the week. I think that you're going to get an interesting short squeeze setup, guys. If we look at the SPX here, SPX yesterday gap down, bought up, right? This morning, SPX is going to be gapping up. I don't even know what it's gapping up into, but it's going to force a lot of chasing, a lot of covering. There's still a high amount of short interest. I mean, I was going through options chain for really last week, near the end of the week, and this week, beginning of the week, and there's still so much short interest. So basically, we might get a fat short squeeze, guys. We might get a fat short squeeze. The upside that I have on, let me see what chart I have here. Yeah, let's look at the Qs here. So QQQ, the upside for Qs that I have, we are coming into this gap fill. So there's going to be some resistance, but the bigger resistance level that I'm looking at really associates with this wide range red bar back from October, right? So if we look at the high of that wide range red bar, guys, draw a trend line through it, you can see you also hit the high of this massive wide range red bar. You got a lot of chop zone, bounce area, rejection, rejection. So I think Qs could, I don't know if it's going to happen today, but that is a shortable zone, 613. If we push up to that today, a pierce of 613, kind of a sweep of these highs, that would be, I think, your first day tradable short zone, in my opinion, safe to say. Now, there's also a major gap fill up here around that 616, 69 area. So those are the key levels that I'm watching personally for a little bit of near-term resistance. When we look at some of those NFP levels from last year, 613.51 is a big level as well, 613.51, so it's kind of sandwiched right in around this area. All right, so we're above that 581. The next NFP level is 606.92. All right, I'm going to adjust this next level now. 606.92. So that is now your new bullish area. Let's go back to the split screen here. We got the market opening here just shortly. Let's see what we got. Let's go back to regular hours. Let's get going here. Big pumps, man. Profits will be made. Profits will be made, baby. Might be some profit taking, guys. Just be aware of that. All right, markets are open sesame. So nice push, guys, off the open. Holy moly. All right, guys, I'm closing my 673 calls here, 435. Closed my 673 calls at 435. Boom. Beauty. That was huge. That was huge, guys. All right, we are seeing a little bit of profit taking hitting the tape here. Just some minor profit taking. Market still, I think, can make a push higher at some point. Squeeze it. From 32 cents, guys, on our SPY calls to 435. I mean, massive, massive, man. I love it. That was wild. They just took a 10.8% gain on Boeing, ticker BA. BA, 10.8% gain on Boeing. Those are just our shares. Stop loss at break even. I repeat, Boeing. We just banked some profits on BA shares. Boom. Pleasure doing business with you all. Banked about 1,300% on SPY calls. Just managing positions, guys. We are seeing crude oil coming up a little bit here. It's trying to uptick slightly. Come on, they're going to retrace us, man. I think they're going to retrace us here. There's just some initial profit taking from the short dated traders here, but we should get a retrace, in my opinion, to the high. That was crazy. Microsoft is selling a little bit here, just a little bit. You dirty dog, Microsoft. Come on. You know you want to. All right, so Microsoft might be a buy off the 20-day, which is around 380.65 if you're not long anything. Still think we should get a continuation retrace higher. SPY still remains bullish. QQQ, although they're extended, guys. Wow, anyone still in your C and Q puts? That's down 8.5%. Oh my gosh, man. These energy stocks have been pummeled, baby. Absolutely pummeled. That's wild, man. That is wild. Bob up 6.6. We just picked up that yesterday. Man, lots of green shoots everywhere. Natural gas getting slapped around. Look at Western Digital up 11%. That's fucking crazy, man. That is crazy. All right, so we are sitting right on the QQQ support level. NFP. Microsoft is seeing quite a big dip back down. Netflix is actually negative. That's interesting. Very interesting to see Netflix negative. Man, look at our Lincoln Electric too. That's squeezing to the top side. That's up 4.5% Lincoln Electric. Wow, it gapped up to a high there of 263. That is crazy. Oh my God, I didn't even see that this morning. I was too busy closing my SPY calls, but look at this LECO gap up, guys. Look at that wick. 2 days, we just picked that up. That's up 11% at the high today. Damn, I missed that sell. Alibaba, some slight resistance off of that daily 20. QQQ still maintaining the gap up. Microsoft just back tested the 20-day moving average, just like we said, guys, and it is bouncing. So interesting if Microsoft can hold this 20-day and push off of it. That will help push the markets a little bit higher. Profits, 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 baby. Let's get paid today. I love it. I love it, man. Boeing up over 4%. Micron up 9.3. Banks. Remember I was saying banks, man. Banks look juicy. And they are, man. Banks are absolutely juicy. All right. Pump Microsoft back up. Send it to the top side, baby. Come on. You can do it. SMR, guys. We just bought that yesterday. That is flying to the top side as well. Like to see that, baby. Come on, markets. Dollar is trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. A little bit of softening in price around some assets. Market is starting to see a little bit of selling, just some minor profit taking. Crude oil is trying to bounce a little bit. We are hitting our first support level. The 606.90 zone on Qs is very important. It's a previous NFP level. It's that kind of that gap fill zone. So I'd like to see it hold. Come on, hold that area. Wow, look at nuclear, guys. SMR. We just picked that up yesterday. And this thing is up 11% and getting squeezy with it. Look at that stick, guys. Amazing, man. That is wild. That is wild spike on nuclear, man. Still think that there should be potentially a retrace. I'm getting a little bit of bearish headlines here. I still think we're okay, but XOM is down 6.7%. Gnarly. So some of the mega caps have pulled back here, guys. Microsoft, Nvidia, Apple. Crude is trying to bounce slightly. Definitely seeing the markets coming in slightly here. I still think we can retest the highs. They're just trying to shake out people, pile in puts, and then all of a sudden I think they're going to reverse it back higher. But WTI is down 12.6, nat gas down, what is that, 3.5. Silver, gold still pumping. You are getting a nice bounce, counter trend bounce in oil and the dollar here. All right, markets are coming in slightly. Man, if they fade this gap, that would be filthy. Bastards. But I don't think they will. It would be it wouldn't be in the market maker's interest to pay the calls and the puts if they were to fade that. But we never know. We've seen gap ups get faded pretty hard, guys. All I know is I've made some money today. That's the main thing. Still a lot of strength out there. I think they are giving the opportunity for people to buy the dip, guys. Still a lot of strength out there. Your VIX is still being compressed quite sharply here. UPS ripping, Google ripping, Starbucks ripping. Bitcoin actually just rolled over to the dark side. That's interesting. Lululemon up 5.6, Western Digital. Seeing the market coming in slightly. So Microsoft is pushed back under the weekly 200. It did get rejected off the weekly 7 moving average. We'll see if it gets a retest and bounce of the highs. I do think the markets will retest the highs again, but I haven't taken any day trades. I've been positioned already ahead of this. Think that there's some names giving you an opportunity to buy a bit of a dip here. We'll certainly see what transpires. Let's see what our USOs are up now. Yeah, we made 1,300% on those SPY calls, guys. That's a brilliant, brilliant trade. Well, there's definitely some names getting some hard profiting. Microsoft coming in sharply. SoFi starting to come in. You've got Netflix still down. Amazon, Meta, Tesla still strong. Google still holding steady here. Some disappointing price action in software, guys. They're starting to give up some of these gains. IGV getting rejected pretty hard. CRM, disappointing, went negative. What the heck? These software names, man. Oracle getting faded pretty hard. Interesting. Google still holding. Yeah, I don't believe that headline. I don't believe that headline. I'm looking at crude oil. It's still down 13%. So, yeah, IGV and Microsoft might retest. QQQ buying pressure coming back into the picture. You know, I don't even trust much of the headlines anymore. Unless you see a big move back in crude oil, that's the only indication, safe indication to know that there's missiles going and fighting is resuming. Again, I think Microsoft is giving you an entry here. I think IGV is giving you an entry off of this retrace. But these headlines, guys, are tricky. I mean, I don't really like them at all. That's why price action remains superior. If crude oil spikes, then you can bet your ass that there's more missiles flying and fighting going on. But as long as crude oil is staying down double digits today, I mean, it's pretty safe to say that the ceasefire is in effect and they paused at least the fighting near term temporary. It's going to be a lot of fake headlines today, I think, on the bearish side, because remember, there's a lot of bears, guys, that are caught off guard today. A ton of bears. So you should get some short coverings, some squeezing of price. I think the S&P is going to take out its high. Off of a crazy wild move, the S&P could potentially go to 683 today. QQQ still could potentially head to that 613 zone. Look, we're defending the 60692 bullish break zone, so that's a good positive sign, at least for the short term. Nice buy program back in Microsoft. That'll help the tape. Let's see if we can get back above that 20-day moving average. Still softening up. Micron's still up about 8%, guys. Beautiful. Come on, Lincoln Electric. Retest those highs. Damn. Should have sold there. That's wild. That is wild, guys. USO still near the lows of the session. Supportive for the markets. You got the IWM still holding. And QQQ still holding positive structure, guys. Buy that dip, baby. Buy that dip. Here's one dead bear. Sorry to hear that, YS. I mean, I come on here every day. I try to at least give a little bit of insights. Some of the free plays that I mentioned. SOFI. I mean, it's up 6% today. Um, when SOFI went sub 16 bucks, guys, it hit that 15. When it went sub 15, I mean, that was a no-brainer to buy. Especially with the tailwind of the S&P 500 inclusion. The only thing that concerns me is obviously the market's been weak, but SMR pumping, push it, man, push it. SMR, guys, we just picked up those shares yesterday, and look at this name, it's up almost 11%. I like it. I think SMR has a chance to squeeze all the way up to 11 bucks by the end of the week. Today, I could see SMR squeezing to this 1050 high pivot. That is the next call wall zone for SMR, guys. So that's where I could see it going to. You're looking at uranium. We've also been talking about uranium, saying buy URA and these nuclear names. I mean, I just wish I picked up some URA, but I got SMR exposure. Let's look at Oklo, big gap up. Let's look at UUU, big gap up as well. Interesting. But kind of disappointing on some of these software names. I would have expected Microsoft and IGV to actually hold some more of their gains. BABA seeing some resistance. It seems like a lot of the stocks that have been under their 20-day moving average are getting some sell side pressure. All right, SPY is trying to break that opening range low. Not the best sign right now. Boeing is a beast right now. Beautiful Boeing trade, guys. Beautiful. Crude oil is still remaining pretty soft on the session. Yeah, we take our own responsibility, absolutely. Is anyone holding those CNQ puts, guys? I mean, oh my goodness gracious me. CNQ, we shorted that. I wish I was still holding my 4750 puts. Damn, look at that gap down. This thing was a motherfucker, though, to short. QQQ still defending that 606.92 bullish zone. It's currently slightly under it. I want to see it get back above that. Yeah, there was a ton of short interest in the market. There was a lot. A lot. Buying dip on anything today? Anyone buying the dip? Bitcoin's struggling right now. That's negative. Interesting. Still got strength. SE, nice, up 8% or so. SFT's good. SPY running into a little bit of sell side pressure here. There's this previous gap fill all the way down here. All right, we're seeing a bit of a fade here, or at least some continued profit taking. I'm still in the camp. I don't think the fade is going to be a gap and crack. I don't see them paying out the calls and the puts in one day. That would be an absolute shocker. It's interesting. Software is certainly dragging things down slightly here. The dollar's trying to curl slightly higher. Crude oil is still remaining pretty weak, almost at the lows. SPY slip about 2.3%. So a lot of profit taking has occurred, guys, off of that open, which after a monster gap up like this, it's not out of the ordinary to see that. The big question is, are we going to get a retrace? Sell side pressure hitting the tape here, guys. I'm looking at getting into some SPY 677 calls. Yeah, I just picked up some SPY 677 0 DTE calls, almost at the low of that candle. I'm already long at price of 64 cents a contract. All right, guys, my stop loss is now at break even on the 677 calls. We are ripping here. Come on, SPY. Come on. Here we go. Come on. Retest that opening range high. Let's pump it, baby. Pump it. We long again. Trade is risk-free. Microsoft getting a little bit of an uptick. You got crude oil still chopping in the bear range. Still a little bit of sell side pressure profit taking, but I think the markets can retrace the highs. We've had a nice little profit taking dip. Come on, baby. Push it back up. Come on. Push it up. Push it up. IGV still being drained here a little bit. That's not the best sign. Lots of dips, man, today. Again, my stop loss at 677 SPY calls is 64 cents, guys. I got a pretty good entry on that dip. I just have a break-even stop in place, hard stop. Yeah, pretty disappointing for software IGV. I mean, it's still trying to hold some gap ups, but it's giving back quite a bit. SOFI's given up quite a bit of its gains as well. That's why I still think there could be a decent retrace to the upside. We haven't really seen the Dixie or crude or the VIX. Even with the small pullback in the market, it's been a very minimal bounce in your dollar, oil, and the VIX. So that tells me that we still could potentially push higher for a new high of day, or at least a double top kind of thing, but definitely a pretty big profit taking off the open in a lot of names. QQQ sitting right on pre-market low. So you can see what's interesting about the Qs is we saw rejection at pre-market high. Now we're finding support at pre-market low. So maybe they want to chop us in the pre-market high range, low and high. So we'll see if that happens. Come on, baby. Push it up. I'm thinking this was an opening range liquidity sweep. A lot of orb traders, right, use the OR high and low. They like to short under opening range low, long above opening range high. So we did a little bit of a pierce there through that opening range low. So you had some you had some orb traders piling on the short side. Now they're trying to reverse it back up. We'll see if they can push us here. Come on. So if these calls get a nice bump up, guys, my first trim target where I'll trim half of my 677 SPY calls, I want to make 50% gain, which is at 96 cents for me. So if these 677 calls hit 96 cents, I will trim half, raise stops. But right now the trade is risk-free for me. I've got a break-even stop. So 96 cents, I'll trim half of my SPY calls. Other than that, I'm not going to do anything unless the trade stops me out. Come on, baby. Rip it. Here we go. Nice push. Nice push on SPY. Retest those highs, baby. IGV still under a little bit of pressure here. Microsoft's trying to hold its opening range levels. Fuck. Oh, bye. Holy shit, man. A lot of stocks are giving it up. A lot of stocks are giving it up here. Still a lot of strength, obviously, but so they gave you a nice dip there, re-entry. Yeah, I'm leaning very bullish too. That's a great insight. Supreme Leader saying he usually sees a correlation between Indian stock markets and the US markets. Indian indices were up 3.8% today, one of the largest single day moves. Today I expect a 3% push on SPY. I do too. I'm thinking we can revisit the highs and actually take out these highs. I think what's happening is, remember, structurally over the last several gap ups, the market has gapped and cracked, right? So it's conditioned traders who miss those gap and cracks to short the market. And this is what the market makers are notoriously good at doing is it's all about psychology, right? They condition you to buy the dip, they condition you to short the rip. At some point, that strategy kind of flips itself on the head. And when there's probably going to be a lot more volume today because of the ceasefire, this massive move, I think what we're seeing here is potentially market makers trying to lure in more shorts off this level in hopes that they gap and crack it. Because, I mean, as a bear trader, right, you're looking at this gap and you're salivating. You're like, oh, what if I take a 0DTE put and they drop it all the way down? I mean, that would be a huge gain. But I just don't see them doing that today. I'm still leaning more tactically bullish. I did trim my SPY calls off the open for about 1,300%. We took some profits on Boeing, but I'm still positioned long this market. And I think we have more upside. You know, we look at this SPY channel, guys, and just keeping things simple, just a simple trend channel analysis, I mean, suggests that we could even push to 682-ish. Not today, but maybe by the end of the week. Oof, nasty little drop there, guys. All right, nasty. A lot of names, man. Seeing some sell side. Maybe there's a news headline. Peter's hedging with some UVXY. Yeah, not bad, not bad. Actually, haven't looked at the VIX today. Yeah, UVXY is trying to get a little bit of a bid. It's just an oversold bounce, I think. Software still trying to come in slightly. Disappointing price action SOFI, man. That's a hard sell candle on SOFI. 40 minutes of consecutive selling. Gnarly. Fucking bastards, man. They just didn't want to keep it elevated to squeeze those bears. Come on. Still trying to defend that pre-market low on QQQ. Where is our pre-market low on SPY? Oh, we're sitting right on it, actually. Opening range levels is your pre-market low levels. Interesting. All right, we're seeing a little bit of a buy program. Come on, baby. Come on. It's trying to move a little bit higher here, but just putting in potentially a bit of a bearish consolidation pattern. Microsoft trying to get back to 380. I would like to see Microsoft back above its 20-day today, which is 380.51 and change. Taking a breather. Are you getting some software names trying to firm up again? Trying to. China stocks are still showing some strength here. How's BABA doing? BABA's still 5.6, but pulling back. Boeing running into that daily 200. Netflix is back to the green side. Bitcoin down 0.5%, guys. Really struggling here for BTC. Interesting. Sitting right on pre-market low for SPY. Energy stocks are still looking like dog shit today. So that does tell me that we're probably still going to push higher, guys. QQQ, trying to make a bit of a bullish reversal here. All right, we could be about to start the next leg higher here. Very close. Watching it closely. QQQ still looks structurally okay. I would like to see Qs get back above the 606.92 zone. That's the area where shorts are going to get nervous again. If we can get back above 606.92 on the Qs, this market will squeeze back to the highs, I think. All right, SPY starting to push. Software's still struggling. Wow. SoFi looks like it could bounce back to 17 bucks, guys, from here. SoFi looks like it's going to get a bounce back to 17. I think a lot of the names that have pulled back are probably going to catch a bit of a continuation bid here. Oh. I wonder if Bitcoin's going to make a move higher here. Yeah. Mara still holding strength. How's MSTR doing? That one's been faded. Coin. Yeah, coin's been hard selling. Yeah, this IGV, guys, has been faded pretty hard. If it can start to firm up here, we should make a push. LECO still looks pretty solid. It's trying. Pretty disappointing reaction from CRM. Look at that fade. Adobe probably got faded. Nope, holding into it. INTU. Yeah, what about Intel? Yeah, Intel's just a beast here too. I mean, wow. Look at Intel go. That's wild. How's this car ticker? We were looking at shorting this name. Oh shit, yeah, car might be a short, guys. Car might be a short. Keep your eye on car for a short. I think that one's interesting. Microsoft's making a little bit of a push here. Red Software's trying to make a push here. Yep, I got stopped out of SPY calls. Sent the alert to members. I got stopped out at break even. And I'm okay with that. I still think we can push, but they're being nasty. They're chopping us around here quite a bit. They are being nasty with it. And they may chop us and burn a whole bunch of theta, right? Remember, right? Although market makers hedged for this big IV explosion, whenever the market gaps up like this huge amount, breaks the ceiling zones on the option chain, it catches a lot of these market makers off guard. So in order for them to make money back, think about it, what would they do? They'd have to burn the theta and premium. And to do that, they would likely just chop this market sideways. Because remember, there's a lot of people that are trying to play zero DTs on both sides. So there's a lot of people playing shorts, zero DTs. There's a lot of people playing calls, zero DTs. So look at the last chop here. For the last really, since the open, we've gone nowhere on the major indices. And that's what a lot of people play. Individual stocks have made bigger moves, but for the S&P, it's really gone nowhere. So for them to chop the market around here, that's how market makers can make their money back because this is such a big move. Big, big IV explosion. But I'm still leaning bullish. Crude oil is trying to perk up a little bit, guys. WTI starting to curl up. It's still down 12.3%, but running into its opening range high. Trying to build a little bit of a base here on your 10-minute chart. Still a nasty heavy downtrend, but they might try to push crude back to its pre-market high on WTI, which is around $90.60. So, but they could do really nasty things, right? Everyone's expecting a continuation push or a big reversal down. Max pain would probably be to just chop us here. And they're nasty, man. I'm telling you, these market makers do not make it easy, guys. I would say that even playing the indices right now, I think that individual stocks are going to be the trade. I think they're going to be rotating money around. So indices might be a kind of a no touch right now. But we're just trading inside of this box here on SPY. But yeah, let's take a quick peek at UNG here for Peter, natural gas. So if we look at the underlying UNG, nice gap down this morning. It's getting bid up. So UNG structurally on a technical basis is doing a couple things here. What I'm observing is you got lower highs, lower highs, lower highs, lower highs, and you just made a lower low today. So the downtrend is still intact on natural gas. If we look at the underlying commodity for nat gas, it's right on the cusp of breaking down here. I still do not like natural gas. I think that although there is some support here, and technically if you buy natural gas under the historical value of $3, you generally will make money over the next 6 to 12 months, but I'm a stickler for price. So I think natural gas still needs to retest 270 here, 271. And honestly, I wouldn't even be surprised if it goes lower. Was doing some math and work on it. I could see 237. That would be an absolute massive, massive capitulation zone. If nat gas flushes to 237, that would be about a 16% decline for nat gas. So that's the level that I ultimately feel more comfortable trading. When we look at the ratios between crude oil and natural gas is historically oversold simply by dividing crude oil by natural gas. But there is a lot of natural gas, and I keep thinking about why natural gas has not exploded higher with Middle Eastern tensions, war in Iran, and the one thing that keeps coming to mind is that there's a there's a massive 5 trillion cubic feet dragon field that came online in Venezuela and Trinidad and Tobago, and I think that's what's ultimately offsetting the supply. This dragon field that is owned half by Trinidad and half by Venezuela. Obviously, Venezuela doesn't have the infrastructure and production yet, but Trinidad and Tobago was literally waiting on standby for years. They have the infrastructure they have the infrastructure ready to go for natural gas production, and the only way they could turn that field on and start producing natural gas is if they got the A-OK and green light from Venezuela. So Venezuela didn't want to produce this because it was run by the Maduro regime. Well, now that Venezuela is no longer being controlled by the Maduro regime, it's given the green light to start production of all energy. And that field was just turned online by Trinidad, and they're sucking billions of cubic feet. So that is my theory around it, at least from the fundamental aspect. And I'm going to stick to that. I'm going to stay away from nat gas. I love trading it. I'll be the first one to take a long if I see fit. But right now, nat gas looks like it's going to break down. If you get this bearish wedge pattern to break, it's got quite a bit of downside. No problem, Peter. Yep, USO making a little bit of a move through its opening range levels. Still down 12% WTI, but trying to make a bit of a push here. Really, a couple things you need to watch for is do the energy stocks catch a bit of a bid? That's kind of what I'm watching here. Do the energy stocks catch a bid? All right, SPY starting to get drained a little bit here. If we do decline on SPY, I think I'm watching this gap fill as a bit of a bounce trade. So 670 back test would be a bit of a bounce trade here. Does look like we're creating a bit of a bear flag, breaking pre-market low, opening range low. So there might be a bit more selling that takes place. But it does seem like a nasty choppy day, guys. A nasty choppy day. SoFi is getting a minor bounce. Microsoft's trying to defend its opening range low. Well, it's not a guarantee that it's included. It's just the most likely candidate. But the S&P rebalances June 12th. So a week before that, I think it would be probably June 8th. Somewhere around June 4th to June 8th, we'll probably get the announcement. But the actual inclusion and rebalance, I believe, is June 12th. So that first week of June, like technically price action, if it does get included, if price action follows the same three previous stocks, you look at XYZ, right? XYZ had its run, and we traded this. We were long XYZ. I've done this trade a couple times. But XYZ, right, you had your big sell-off basically 3 months prior to the inclusion, and then it started to bottom and rip, 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 and then you can see the inclusion, big gap up, and then it went through this choppy distribution range, right? So it's a run up pre in advance. So SoFi should run up in advance if it follows the same structure of the previous inclusion. Another one, AppLovin, same thing, nice little dip, basing formation, then a big run up basically 2 to 3 months prior to the S&P 500 inclusion. Then we go to AppLove or Verita, VRT. VRT, very similar structure here. A little bit of sell side pressure, consolidation, and then a big run up basically 3 months prior to that S&P 500 inclusion. So asymmetrically, I've discussed this basically for the last week and a half. I'm long, disappointed with its reaction today, but that's just what it is what it is. It's trying to shake people out. I haven't sold any, I haven't closed any options. I'm just going to remain long SoFi because I do think, well, there's a lot of risk in the name and there's a lot of risk in the market. I still think that asymmetrically, if it does get included or if there's rumors that it should push much, much higher here, I mean, I'm thinking 24 to 25 bucks that it could potentially hit over the next 60 to 70 days, but we'll see what happens. We'll see. That's for sure. All right, crude oil is getting a little bit of an uptick here, guys. It's causing the markets to see some additional sell side pressure. And remember, there's no guarantee of inclusion. It's just where it's all speculation. We truly don't know. They could. It's the most likely candidate. It's kind of been in the front running for the last three inclusions. It hasn't been the leader up until this inclusion date. All right, nice dip in the tape. Really good dip. I'm just gonna grab some more coffee, guys. Be right back. Getting some buy side pressure in crude. It is making a run for its pre-market high level. So crude oil is trying to perk up here slightly. Nasty little drop coming in SPY here. Pretty nasty so far. Decline, guys. I mean, we still have amazing strength. You're still up 2.74 on the Qs, 2.15 on SPY. Bitcoin rolling over though. Ethereum's down 1.5, Bitcoin down 1.22. Interesting stuff for sure. Nvidia's pulled back down 1.75. Google still a beast up 3.6. Tesla's almost gone negative. There's still some news headlines coming around, potentially Israel breaking ceasefire rules. I don't know if I'm buying it. I mean, crude is trying to perk up here, but it's still down 11%. So I still think that these markets remain bullish, even with this small pullback. So we hit a massive zone on SPX, guys. We bumped up into the November NFP highs and lows. November, December. We also hit a volume weighted average price. Interesting spot here for SPX. Yeah, no wonder there's definitely some sell side resistance here. It's a big spot. We're still seeing this market coming in slightly. Let's look at the SPX. You can see the SPX, guys. Look at what we hit today. The ceiling in the option chain. We also hit this interesting parallel channel on SPX, as well as the 50-day moving average. Wow. No wonder it's a fat short zone. Should have looked at that chart. Interesting. Very, very interesting. All right, Microsoft has defended its opening range low for the last 40 minutes. Even with the price action of the market selling off, Microsoft is defending this opening range low level, and it is trying to curl slightly higher. IGV remains somewhat it's bouncing a little bit. Let's look at XOM here. Yeah, decent bounce in XOM with crude oil trying to push higher. Interesting. I'm looking at SoFi $17 calls. SoFi $17 calls for end of week. Right now they're at 20 cents. I'm going to keep a tight stop loss in the event that we try to flush and lose this area. But all right, I'm going to be entering here on SoFi $17 calls. Did pick up some of those SoFi calls. There's a little bit of an intraday scalp opportunity. $17 calls for end of week in at 19 cents. Let's play ball. Keeping a tight stop loss, guys. I'm not going to give this trade much room. I do have a stop at 15 cents, so 4-cent risk. Looking for about a probably 16 to 20 cent gain. So it's about a 4 to 5 to 1 risk to reward ratio off of this level. Microsoft is trying to push up slightly. China stocks are still showing some resiliency. Still trying to uptick slightly. Fuck, they just don't want to bounce it, eh? Come on, SoFi. Yeah, SoFi might get stopped out here on that little scalp opportunity. It's definitely coming in pretty sharply right now. Snakes, man, snakes. I really thought they were going to defend this previous little gap fill zone. That's kind of the level I was buying into. You got to take your shots somewhere, but it's coming in sharply here. Unfortunately, it might stop me out here momentarily. Yeah. Yeah, they might stop me down here. So they are stair stepping this tape down here. Oof, nasty. Nasty decline there on SoFi. Very close to being stopped out, guys, for a small 4-cent loss. Apologies about that. SPY just does not want to bounce yet. Looking dirty dog, SoFi. Come on. Come on. Defend your price. Defend it. Still in SoFi. It almost stopped me out there. Almost. Stopped you out. I'm still in it. I'm still in. Markets are trying to get a little bit of an uptick here, guys. Just a minor uptick. Price is still struggling here. Crude oil is softening here slightly. Been spy, eh? You dirty dog, spy. You dirty dog. Oh, Microsoft, what are you doing too? You're nasty now. The decline is continuing, man. They are shaking the tree right now. Shaking the tree. Big bounce potentially about to happen here. Let's see. Push us hard into this gap where they could bounce us here. I mean, we are setting up for, I think, a big intraday move here. Just a matter of which way is it going to be. We really don't know. Come on, SoFi, bounce it. Come on, market, bounce it. Still got a lot of weakness in your energy stocks, although crude oil has made a bit of a move. It's still underneath its pre-market high level. So I still remain bullish the market. As long as if crude oil WTI gets above its pre-market high, things might start to get a little bit wonky here. But as long as crude still remains underneath its pre-market high, we should see more upside. But they're definitely shaking the tree a little bit, trying to get people to close their positions out. What's interesting, guys, is remember there's a lot of stocks where the option chain doesn't open up right away, right? For the first 10 or 20 minutes, they kind of have to see where the stocks are settling out. So remember, there's a lot of people that are positioned in the market long with options, but a lot of stocks don't start to populate their chain until you get 10 to 20 minutes, and they kind of want people to panic sell and exit out once they see a little bit of sell side pressure. So I still think we can push, but definitely a couple hours of selling on the S&P 500 since the open. Come on, push it up. Microsoft starting to lose its opening range low level, not a good sign. Dirty dog, man. You just couldn't stay up at these highs, eh, Microsoft? Fucking dog. SPY starting to lose a little bit more momentum. Oh man, I don't want to get stopped out here. 2 cents away on SoFi. Come on, man. What are you guys doing here? Fuck. Sneakies. They are shaking us. If they take this market out, man, I'd be shocked if they gap and crack us. All right, guys, very close to being stopped out here on SoFi. Oh my goodness. Watch, they're gonna stop me out, and then they're gonna rip it. All right, they just hit my stop loss there, guys. Unfortunately, got stopped out. Fuck, nasty, man. Just dirty. Not what I wanted to see. That's for sure. I get back in it. They're gonna rip it now. Of course. Watch them bounce this. All right, I'm gonna get back into SoFi, guys. I still like the trade. I mean, it's a good level, and they fucking wicked me out here. All right, I'm back in at 16 cents. I'm gonna give another run at this. I am getting SoFi calls again, trying to revenge trade. Come on, man. Nice big wick on the S&P, guys. Really big wick. You won't believe Tesla have one SEC under yesterday's close. What about Tesla? What's happening with Tesla? Yeah, Tesla like filled the gap, a full-on retrace. That is wild, eh? Crazy. Just give us a bounce, SoFi. Let's see. So SoFi, can't believe it was up to this area. I should have probably taken profits, man. That's wild. SPY's getting a healthy little retrace and push. All right, crude oil is softening a little bit again, guys. Let's see if that helps the tape push up, getting a big bounce in your QQQ, SPY as well. So we could have a really big push on the Qs back to 606.92 area. 606.92 on Qs is where I think we could bounce at least to. SPY is probably going to get a minimum a retest of your pre-market low opening range low zone. All right, little attempt at SOFI trying to bounce. So again, why we're playing 17 guys dollar calls on SoFi is that's right around where pre-market low is. So I'm expecting a retest or a backtest of pre-market low. That's specifically one of the reasons why I'm choosing the strike zone. Come on, SoFi, bounce it. Come on, baby. Crude seeing a little bit more softening. Is that today? Yeah, remember, I mean, when you gap up guys 2-3% in the indices, there's profit taking. Lots of it. I mean, I took off the open 1,300% profit on my SPY calls. We took profit on our Boeing. So you have to realize that the market ebbs and flows, right? It's not just going to keep ripping up 3%. I mean, that's a massive move, massive move. So I wasn't surprised to see it. I still think we can revisit the highs of the tape. And even with this pullback, I mean, we're still up 2% on the S&P. Like 2% is massive, right? That's a big one-day move for the indices. So you're right. They're still digesting their longs. Nice job. Polymom saying she took 15% of all her longs. Amazing stuff. And that's the thing, right? Well, you got short-term traders, you got medium-term traders, you got long-term traders. So all of this digestion is mainly from short-term trading price action. There's still a lot of oversold charts up there. There's still a lot of charts as of today's price action that have firmed up and broken out. So I'm still trying to remain optimistic. I think we have a rally at least till the end of the week. Um, Again, the problem is we're still just so vulnerable to one headline. But I'd like to think we can make a continuation move higher. The level that I have, I'd like to see SPY retest the top of this channel. And this inverted head and shoulders technically still has more upside to about 687. But it all happens in stages. Yeah, there's still a lot of headlines coming out. That's right. Lots of headlines, guys. Yeah, it's a great big win today. Great win. I'm happy. I'm super happy. But remember, there's still a lot of fear, right? Sometimes it takes some time to shake out weekends but I'm happy with today. The big concern is that Friday we have CPI. So I'm expecting a continuation into tomorrow. And then if the market's reversed, maybe it's Friday we see that CPI print come in a little hot because that CPI print should come in higher, which is the one variable that is concerning for the market, in my opinion. So maybe I'm thinking Thursday, late Thursday might be the time to put on some hedges for CPI. But I could see us pushing back to the highs and then continuation tomorrow. Come on, SoFi, make a big push. Sec, guys. Yeah, Tesla's rolled over to the negative side. Good observation. Certainly, there's definitely some selling hitting key names. The indices are still trying to hold majority of their gains here. Crude oil is trying to consolidate on the 10-minute chart underneath its pre-market high. Dangerous, dangerous. But yeah, Tesla's struggling. Tesla's in a heavy downtrend, right? A lot of the stocks in heavy downtrends have gotten faded pretty sharply, right? Names like Microsoft have struggled. They've given up a lot of their gains. SoFi's been in a heavy downtrend. That's given up a lot of its gains. Tesla, heavy downtrend. That's given up a lot of its gains. But we're still bullish, guys. I mean, you still got Google up 3.6, Amazon up 3.3, Meta up 3.3, Apple up 1.8, Nvidia up 1.8, Q's, IWM, SPY still strong. All indices are up over 2% still. Dow's up over 2.26. Crude oil is still weak, guys. I think they're doing a fake bull flag here on WTI. That's probably going to start to roll over and retest lows again. Nice push on SoFi. Nuclear's trying to catch a bit of a bid. Tesla's trying to catch a bit of a bid here. All right, nice push up again. SoFi is continuing to float and grind. S&P looks like it's going to follow suit briefly here. I'm seeing a lot of names trying to firm up a touch. Need some follow through. If SPY can get back above its pre-market low, that would be very, very helpful. Shorts would start to cover again. Volume trends are lightening up here, which does favor a continuation float and grind since the trend is up. All right, crude oil is bumping up into its pre-market high. This is technically where it's almost like a little make or break spot for crude. If it gets rejected here, markets will pump and grind higher, which is what I'm leaning towards. It also should hit the dollar down. Still long SOFI, guys. $17 calls for end of the week. Also sent out that Microsoft 377.50 call trade. We'll see how that one works out. Keeping a tight stop loss, getting a little bit of a short-term buy signal in the 5-minute, but it really comes down to what the indices are going to do here. Shit. Come on, man. Hold the line. This is just getting crazy. Oh my goodness, man. Tough to scalp today. Tough to scalp. They ain't making it easy. God, man. They just freaked me out. It's like they're hunting my stop losses. They are hunting my stops. This is crazy. Fuck me, man. Of course. Of course. Of course. They picked my stop on Microsoft and then they push it back up. Snakes, man. Such snakes. Luckily, I'm heavy long Microsoft, so I don't care if they pump it up. Dang. This is crazy, man. Just brutal. Fucking nasty, man. Oh, these fucking day trades, man. So good push here in the tape, guys. S&P trying to go for that pre-market low zone. Again, I'm still holding my SOFI calls as a day trade. Still looking for more upside. Markets are trying to firm up slightly. It's been a tricky fucking tape. They keep hunting my stops, man. These snakes. SOFI trying to get a little bit of a squeeze and buy signal. They literally hunted my MSFT stop there. If you're long the 377.50 calls, you're in the driver's seat on that Microsoft trade. We are seeing crude oil getting rejected off that pre-market high. The Dixie as well getting rejected off its opening range high. So the markets are taking full advantage of that QQQ big buy program. Nice push. Alibaba back up 5%. That's good to see. Lincoln Electric still squeezing. Go, Lincoln Electric, go. Oh, excuse me. Rocket launch. They're still trying to shake out a lot of individual names, but the indices looking stronger here, guys. Back above all the key moving averages on the 5-minute chart. SPY does look like it's going to squeeze. QQQ does look like it's going to push higher. SoFi still struggling here, man. They do not want to pay people out yet. It's fucking wild. All right, nice continuation grind in the S&P, guys. The dollar is also trying to simultaneously push higher. Alright, so we're seeing a big squeeze here in the tape, guys. S&P back above its pre-market low. This is where shorts start to get nervous and cover. I repeat, shorts will start to get nervous and cover in this zone. So you might get a small pullback here as people chase the price action, just as an FYI, but nice push up back in the tape. We're seeing a lot of names starting to firm up again and gain some extra liquidity. Lincoln Electric, guys, that thing's a beast. That's up 5%. LECO. Wonderful. Wonderful long trade on Lincoln Electric, guys. Look at that clinical falling wedge pattern breakout. I mean, absolutely love it, man. Love it. Sniping lows here. We're already up about 7.46%. LECO. Great, great trade there. Let's look at some of our other longs. SMR trying to firm up again intraday, guys. I think SMR still needs to test this downsloping trend line, which would be around 1080, 11 bucks. Let's look at BABA here. Alibaba has pulled back. Boeing, that's just been a beast, guys. Quality stocks dipping and ripping. All right, SoFi is starting to get going now. Let's see if we can get paid on these call options. Come on, baby. Push it, push it, push it. Come on, Microsoft. Squeeze higher, baby. Squeeze higher. What else are we looking at here? Genie got faded. USO, after a small bounce, that's likely going to get faded as well. Disappointing price action in CRM, man. This one just can't get... Ah, I see. That's crazy. That's why. Nice day for Unity Software. That's acting well. URA still acting well. Copper stocks are ripping, man. Wow. Rocket Lab still flying to the space. Starbucks, I'm still shitting on common shares around that 91.48. This one, man, this is a big base on Starbucks. If this can break out of this range, I mean, it should squeeze the top of this wedge. What a big wedge on Starbucks. We can remove that. We can remove that. That. All right, SoFi making a bit of a push here. Let's get it. Nice grind higher on SPY. Man, SMR is pushing here, guys. Nuclear is pushing really hard, man. Look at that bounce on SMR. Nice bounce. Come on, SoFi. Squeeze your ass. Crude oil softening up again, guys. WTI coming in sharply again. This car, guys. Car potentially wants to trigger a little bit of an intraday head and shoulders pattern. We'll see if that comes to fruition. Microsoft now starting to curl up, guys. Looking much better, more constructive here. MSFT. Apple starting to take a little bit of a breather. Again, if Apple declines, that's a little bit of that safety trade kind of unwinding. It's not as speculative as most. Nvidia starting to curl up here. Let's look at Google. Google also grinding higher. Nice to see. Uh, yeah, the IV on car is heavy. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah. Meta's starting to push up here. It's like an Amazon. Amazon doing a good old-fashioned floating ground. Tesla also trying to grind. AMD pushing for. Looks like AMD is going to go to high a day, guys. Micron also looking somewhat decent here, trying. Broadcom AVGO pushing to the top side. Let's look at Oracle. That's been faded. All right, 12 o'clock time frame, guys. IGV. Look at crypto bouncing back today, guys. BTC still weak on the session, but crypto's trying to bounce. Let's look at coin. How's Hood doing today? Yeah, big bounce on Hood. PLTR, haven't looked at that name. No wonder software's weak, man. Palantir down 2.35%. Wow, now I know why software fucking struggled today. All right, so here we're in a scenario where Microsoft is probably, as soon as Palantir starts to bottom here, because this is the biggest weighting in software, guys. Ooh, look at our SOFI. Look at our SOFI. SoFi making a move, guys. Still long. $17 calls for end of week. Making my money back from the first little loss where it stopped me out. Here we go. We're starting to make money now, baby. Let's get paid on SoFi. Come on, squeeze it, baby. You got more. You got way more. Microsoft also trying to get that squeeze. I'm going to raise my stop on SoFi, break even. Raise stop. Or I'll put it 1 cent under, actually, 15 cents. Punch us higher, baby. Send us to the top side. Come on. Squeeze, baby, squeeze. This is where the float and grind could be massive, guys, because this is where the bears had a chance at slapping price action down. Shorts were piling in. Now we're getting a squeeze. We're back above opening range low, pre-market low. The bears now know they are absolutely cooked on the day, and they're going to start squeezing this tape, guys. So I think that the markets are going to give us new highs of day. That's the structure setting up this way. I'm still in my car puts as well, guys. That trade is starting to potentially try to trigger that head and shoulders breakdown. Trying to. The spread is wide on car though, so wide. Look at SoFi go. Push it, baby. Let's go. Squeeze us higher, baby. Send us new highs. Give it to us. Go, SoFi, go. Yeah, the whole market's rocketing higher here. Look at SPY, right? Pushing to the top side. QQQ coming into that December NFP low. 606.92 is near-term resistance. Once we get above that, this tape will squeeze even higher. Man, pump SoFi up. Squeeze it, baby. Squeeze it. Come on, baby. Go, go, go. Squeeze SoFi. Go, baby. Let's go. Pump it up. The tape is still looking pretty strong here. The only concern I have is crude oil has been rejecting off its pre-market high WTI, but the dollar DXY is trying to break out here on the 10-minute chart. That's the one concern I have here is your DXY. I don't know why it's starting to firm up here, but the Dixie is trying to show a little bit of strength. That might try to hinder the market from going a little bit higher. We are running into this little bit of near-term trend line, but perhaps there is an inverse head and shoulders here on the US dollar. Um, what's this? Trump, numerous agreements, lists, and letters are being sent out to the people that have absolutely nothing to do with USA-Iran negotiation. In many cases, are total fraudsters, charlatans, and worse. Say there's only one meaningful point, blah, 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 blah. Okay, that's nothing there. Yeah, so the US dollar is trying to make a little bit of a move here. That's the one concern I have. Needs to get rejected there. Market's still looking pretty decent here. I wouldn't be surprised for a back test of pre-market low, opening range low, and then a continuation. Yeah, Tesla back up 0.5%. It's just merely an oversold bounce. Tesla's still nasty. I think Tesla has, if this market starts to go back down to the lows here, Tesla's gonna drop hard. I still don't really like Tesla. Tesla's one of your weaker mags now. It still has that nasty head and shoulders, guys. So this is one name that once the indices are at a shortable level, which I don't think it's there yet, but once the indices are at a shortable level, I think Tesla's going to be a high probable short down, considering Tesla's triggered this bearish pattern. I think Tesla's going to be a fat short. Already it's been a crazy short if someone's been shorting that, but it's one that I'm probably going to inch in on the short side once the indices are at the short level. So I was hoping for Tesla to get back to the 20-day moving average. That's where I'd start nibbling on the sell side. All right, come on. Overall, great day, guys. I mean, Lincoln Electric, Microsoft, Boeing, big winner, SOFI, BABA, all pushing to the top side. We just entered that BABA trade yesterday, and that's moving. Crypto stocks are showing unwavering strength intraday despite crypto negative. Very, very interesting. So there's potentially a bit of an arbitrage opportunity with the names like Mara, Coinbase, Hut, BitDeer. It's very fascinating to see they're all ripping intraday, but BTC's down 0.85%. Maybe BTC is going to turn green intraday. That's kind of what I'm thinking. BITX? What is that? BITX is what? Oh, the leveraged Bitcoin. Interesting. I don't think I've traded the BITX before. I've only done BITI and BITO. Oh, BITX is actually up 6 points. That's weird. Why is that? What's BITO doing these days? Yeah, that's very weird. Very weird to show them disconnected. IBIT? Let's look at IBIT. Yeah, it's very weird. Actually, why are these up when Bitcoin's actually down? Yeah, it's a double for sure it is. Actually, I don't know why those are showing strength while crypto's actually very weird. Interesting. Yeah, they're green. That's a good observation. Spot price of Bitcoin is down, but these Bitcoin ETFs, crypto ETFs are actually green. Not too sure why that's the case, but all right, SoFi, just give us a retest of that pre-market low. I think it's lunch break time, guys. I'm still going to hold my SoFis. I'm not really looking to take any profits until we get to 17 bucks. If we hit 17 today, I'll sell half of my SoFi calls. Just the day trade side, just the day trade side. Members, I already have a swing. I'm not selling any of my swings, but the day trade in SoFi, I will sell if it hits 17. I'll sell half. Other than that, I do have a stop loss still in place. So the trade is basically risk-free at this point. All right. We are seeing the US dollar Dixie getting rejected off of that key trend line. Polly's looking at Meta. Let's take a quick peek. Wow, what the heck? That looks like news. Damn, Meta's flying. Meta news. Holy moly. I don't see the news yet, but that's definitely a news candle. That is a news pop, guys. Look at Meta. Zuckerberg just cured cancer. That's the headline. No, I'm kidding. It's not that. But something. Look at that inverted head and shoulders on Meta, guys. This is what's telling us that there's a lot of upside potentially left in the tape. A lot of technical pattern. Peter's taking Apple puts for Friday. AAPL. If there's any final questions, let me know. All right, here's the news in Meta. Meta debuts new AI model, Muse Spark, for the first from its superintelligence labs led by Alexander Wang. Key shift, Muse Spark is proprietary. Let's pull up this Meta chart. Not open source. Meta says it hopes to open source future versions. Built from the ground up over past 9 months after the disappointing Llama 4 launch, not positioned as the top of the line, focused on efficiency. Rolling out the Meta AI app, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, Messenger, and Ray-Ban glasses. Paid API access coming. So potentially another little revenue stream if they announce that paid API service. Yeah, Meta's pumping, guys. That's a big pump. Up over 5.93. It's your best performing mag on the session. Looking for 255 on Apple. Yeah, Apple, I would say, is the weak horse right now. Definitely some resistance here. I'm gonna watch it for sure. It's definitely struggling, Apple. All right, crude oil is trying to push up again. All right, guys, I'm going to take a bit of a lunch break here. Still going to watch things, but gotta feed the belly. Look at it squeezing, man. Holy moly. Meta bulls are eating today, guys. Wow. That's some wild price action. SoFi is making a nice push intraday, guys. Looking very good. Calls are starting to wake up quite nicely here. Pump it up, baby. Pump it up. Big spot here for the QQQ guys. Hitting NFP low from February. Very bullish level. Market still remains intact, looking solid. Crude oil curling down, getting another sell signal in the 10-minute, like crude oil is going to fall. Probably another dollar here at least. We are getting buy signals across the board. SOFI looking squeezy. SPY still looking squeezy. Everything is looking a-okay here on a technical basis. Microsoft is trying to squeeze through its opening range low. That's the next candidate, in my opinion, to push intraday. Yeah, overall, nice session, man. Nice session to be long. Just letting price action grind higher and higher. Ripping it, man. Ripping it. So still writing these car puts. The spread has been so wide that I just decided to take the stop loss off. But so far we are up on the trade, guys. The price action is starting to come in here on this car. Have triggered a head and shoulders intraday. So I still think that there's going to be more downside. What I'm looking for is if we get a hard flush into this 225 zone, I'll look to probably close out my puts. I know they're for the end of the week, but any hard dump down on this name into the 225, I'll probably look to take profits, okay? If that happens today. If it doesn't happen today, then we'll be stringing them. And what's interesting is the thesis is around car. Car has been rallying because of airlines prices have been jacked up. Flights are being canceled across the board, so people are buying rental cars up the yin yang. Now, in theory, if people still have to pay for gas, which is quite extraordinary. I mean, but the logic around people now is that if oil's down and there's a ceasefire, maybe airlines are going to catch a bid, flights are going to resume, prices are going to go lower, jet fuel's going to go lower, so therefore they don't need as many rental cars. So this is a clinical short as to why we're entering it. Yesterday we were looking to short this one, decided to stay away from it. Today definitely pulled the trigger after it pierced that symmetrical move. I wish I actually noticed it in the morning because it's had a monster fall, but look at this fall here, guys. So again, if we flush into 225, which is $10 lower, guys, I'll look to take some profits, okay? Hassan is saying, in regards to the spreads, I bought a little bit more and I put limit up order and some of them went through over $100 contract. I'm not really too sure if I'm following you. What did you buy it in? So you took calls. So you took calls and puts? A spread trade? So I'm just in puts. I didn't call it. I just took the short side. I didn't go long. I just took 210 puts for end of the week. Calls. Oh, you're in calls? I'm not in calls. Puts. Okay, so you're in 210 puts. Okay, good. Again, my average is 450. So I'm up about $2 a contract right now. I should see CAR. Right, here we go. Here we go. Car's making a move. Car's making a move. I'm about to take some profits here very shortly. Come on, a little bit more. This is a good zone, guys, if you're wanting to take profits. Not a bad spot. Not a bad spot. I'm going to sell half, leave half on the table with a break-even stop. Hmm. All right, I got a 705 fill, guys. 705 fill on car puts. Closed half. Closed half. 705. Again, 225. I'll close all of them. Look at this, guys. Car's dumping. Here we go, guys. 225. I will dump these car puts. Come on. Give me one more move down. One more move down. Here we go. We're printing, baby. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Look at that. Beautiful, guys. Stop loss is at break even on the rest of these. It's a hard stop. I'm not going to get caught on a bounce. It's a hard stop. That was a nice trade, guys. Beautiful. Again, 225, guys, is my next trim. 225. If price action flushes a little bit more, we're getting there. We're stair-stepping. Beautiful, man. Lovely. Amazing stuff. Look at this decline. Here we go. Crude and the Dixie are trying to press a little bit. Oof. Look at that, guys. Beauty. Beauty. She's melting. She is melting hard, baby. Melt it, melt it, melt it. Give me more, give me more, give me more. Come on, a little bit more, car. Drop it down, baby. Drop it down. All right, guys, I'm all out of my car as well. All out. Final profits here. Just took a fill at 765. All out. All out. 765 myself. Boom. Pleasure doing business with you all. That's what I'm talking about. $70 gain. Final profits locked in. Bang. Wonderful. Nice job if you caught that. All right, next one to pay. Come on, SoFi. Get your big butt up there again. Wonderful trades, guys. Great session, man. Now let's see. Oh, I just need want Microsoft to revisit those highs, man. What a fucking. I can't believe it got faded so much. Just a straight freaking hammer candle down. That was wild, man. That was wild. All right, let's see what else we got going on here now. That was a great trade. Love that. We could get a pretty decent sell back down here on the indices. QQQ looking a little bit vulnerable here, guys. Man, software is so weak right now. Palantir? Fuck. Fucking Palantir, man. Dirty fuck. Hate it. Nasty decline on SOFI there. Wow, can you believe the socks, guys? SOXX just made another new all-time high today. As crude oil is spiking, the dollar's also spiking. This is a bit of a concern in the very short-term picture of price. Not really liking what I'm seeing right now. Things are trying to come in pretty hard here. Specifically the indices, software, oil is back to pre-market high, dollars back to pre-market high. Come on, fucking software stocks, man, just garbage. Can't believe Microsoft giving up majority of its gains. IGV is basically gonna go negative. Now SoFi selling, fuck. All right, SoFi stopping me out of the short dated trade, guys. SoFi calls. Yeah, 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 yeah. I should have just taken my 30% and run, but I was greedy. I was greedy. Yeah, guys, SoFi stopped me out break even there. Fuck, man. Brutal. That is just nastiness. What the hell is SPX doing up here now? There's a ton of resistance up here on SPX. I mean, the top of that channel's pretty easy to spot. Maybe a little bit more. Let's just adjust it here. That 50 days is pretty big too. And Microsoft, man. I can't believe how much Microsoft has been struggling. And the fact that it's given up the majority of its gains. Can't believe that. Man, we need some massive headline from Microsoft. Yeah, a lot of names have given it up. UNH has rolled over. TTD, Constellation Brands, all the natural gas resource stocks are down pretty sharply here. Bitcoin's trying to make a comeback, but it's still negative. Let's see, it's still down. Users still trying to hold their pre-market low. See there on the chart. So we just had IGV go negative, and look what's dragging it down. Palantir, the largest holding in IGV, down 4.76%. Just horrific price action in the software names, dragging the whole indices down. It's forcing Microsoft lower. That being said, the SPY still looks like it wants to push higher. Same thing with the Qs, still looks like it wants to push higher. You keep seeing crude oil getting rejected off its pre-market high, and same thing with the US dollar getting rejected off of its pre-market highs. So, you got some tug of war price action. Not everything's bullish out here. Majority of names are bullish, but fucking software, man. Oh my goodness. And honestly, this is what's interesting about software is with it basically declining and giving back its whole entire move today, IGV, Palantir, Microsoft CRM, software once again is probably what's going to cause the market to take its next leg higher. I don't think it's going to stay weak. I think you will get a bounce eventually in it. But wow, what a decline on IGV from a high around 83.65, 83.69. All the way back down to its gap fill. Quite crazy. Um, but just horrific. Peter asked me, would I consider a short on SOXX? Well, you know what? I mean, it's the strongest sector, right? So hard to say. Hard to say. You know, let's just erase this pattern and just let's see what we can see on this chart. So when I'm looking at stocks right now, I don't even know what type of pattern this is, but if I had to make something out here, um, basically what we have here, let me get my drawing tool. Where the heck is it? So I guess one could argue that maybe you got this left shoulder here, you got a head here. I mean, there wasn't much of a right shoulder here, but one could kind of argue that SOXX has now broken out of potentially this very sloppy inverse head and shoulders pattern. And look at the upside move that SOXX. So I don't want to short it just yet. I see that there's a bit of a double top resistance. But honestly, I mean, SOX could still push up another 4.5%, give or take. When we look at Micron, Micron had a bit of a failed bearish pattern. You had a failed bullish, now a failed bearish. Um, Semis just look too strong. Nvidia still looks decent. Like you look at Nvidia's chart, it looks like Nvidia wants to head to the top of this trend line. So that's where I'm waiting for a semiconductor short once Nvidia hits that top side. You look at AMD, AMD just had a range break out of this zone, and it looks like it's going to go minimum to the gap fill. Minimum, probably higher. Let's look at TSM here. So I don't want to short semis just yet. TSM, guys, looks like Taiwan Semi probably wants to retest this channel. I mean, there is some resistance off of this trend line that we've bubbled up into today, but that's minor resistance, and it looks like it wants to push higher. What else? What's another quality semi? ASML, it's a big institutional one. So ASML, guys, just broke out today. To me, ASML is probably heading back to 1500 and probably even a pierce of that zone. So I don't think I want to start shorting semis just yet. I'm going to be patient with this short. SMH still needs to take out its all-time high here. You look at SMH, and SMH is looking filthy bullish here. Definitely a technical breakout. So not yet. I mean, we look at this previous little trend zone. Maybe there's a short on SMH at a pierce of the previous high, but you really got to look at all the charts. Like I said, Nvidia still looks like it wants to press higher here into this channel. AMD as well, Micron. So I'm not looking to short SOX just yet. Too strong. It's way too strong. Hopefully that helped there, Peter. Does look like the market's going to make a nice push here into a new high of day. Things are looking more bullish. Software is trying to get a bit of a buy signal on your 10-minute chart, backtesting the gap fill IGV, bouncing slightly. Microsoft's trying to firm up and hold 376. Semis are still strong. Crude oil still underneath pre-market high. Your DXY is falling slightly. If we get this little breakout here on SPY, we could be looking at a pretty big squeeze here. You don't really have a left shoulder, but that's okay because it was developed in the pre-market. So this could result in another move higher, guys, which would take Qs to 681.50, or sorry, SPY to 681.50 if that were to break here. So we'll just mark that upside potential. I don't think it's going to play out today, but obviously we could carry some momentum into tomorrow. Fed minutes is giving the market a pump. You also have crude oil softening up here, so they're still open to more rate cuts, basically what the Fed minutes is summarizing. That being said, I don't think that's the case for now unless you get some sort of a mass disinflationary pressure in crude oil. Crude oil would need to fall back below probably, let me see here, WTI $75. before we start to consider cuts again. But obviously the market's liking it so far. Hard selling in the queue is probably going to push us to new highs. It's are looking pretty squeezy here. Semis are doing the heavy lifting once again. Obviously, Meta just ripping to the upside. Google ripping as well. Software still lagging. We might be getting news here, guys. I'm not too sure what's going on, but there might be news. Microsoft software are dumping. Palantir just got smoked again. Man, news, 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 guys. Hitting the tape. We are wicking around. Crazy volatility. Don't know what's going on. Crude oil getting a nice spike. Holy, they are freaking dumping software here. What is going on, man? This is wild. Wow, they are killing software. I don't know what the news is yet, guys, but there's definitely news. Definitely news. Hard rejection across the board, everywhere. Wow, that's crazy. SPX 6790, my stop was 750, dropped to 720, then run up to, that's crazy. Sorry to hear that, Renzer. Yeah, I've been wicked out on a couple day trades today too, and then they run it up. But they are nasty. And you have to remember, right? They've been caught off sides with this move. There were two really big moves. Obviously, the main indices, they were kind of hedged with the high IV. But the big move that caught them off guard today was Meta. Meta, a lot of the market makers lost money on basically Meta today with that explosion higher. QQQ is seeing some rejection here. Starting to come in a little bit sharper now. Oil is spiking. The Dixie's also spiking. All right, Dixie still pressing, crude oil still trying to press, software still being dragged down from Palantir. You got the whole market under a little bit of pressure here. Crude oil getting rejected again, guys. Crude oil getting rejected again off of pre-market high. Pretty sharp rejection. Looked like a little bit of a fake breakdown there just to snake people out. I still think the markets can push higher. Yep. Nice rejection on WTI. So the US dollar, guys, is ripping to the upside right now, breaking out and putting pressure on the main indices. Not looking too good right now for SPY. Losing that pre-market low, opening range low yet again. So it does look, we're looking pretty vulnerable. Software, Palantir specifically, continues to weigh down IGV and the tech market. Tesla has rolled over to the downside. Look at Tesla, guys, down 1.3%. I mean, things are just getting absolutely faded here. Even SoFi, I mean, fuck me, man. None of these fucking stocks held any of their gains, man. Really, semiconductors are the only things that are holding gains here. It's ridiculous. China is not bad. That's still holding. Bob up 4. Crypto's holding, but software, consumer discretionary today. Wow. Look at Tessie. Absolute garbage. And Microsoft's in the same boat. Absolute fucking garbage. You know, it's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. IGV, also pretty ridiculous. Oracle, just filthy. Adobe, dog shit. Intuit, complete and utter garbage. CRM, absolute garbage price action. So terrible, these software names. It's just unbelievable. Unbelievable, man. Fucking crazy. Man, even SoFi's giving up the goods here. That's just filthy. I can't believe Microsoft can't even hold its gains. It's just dog shit, man. Yep, it's looking like that. Alright, SPY's melting pretty hard right now. Yep, they're gonna take Microsoft to the dark side. Lovely. Fuck, man. I can't believe that. It was up huge, and now it's done a full-on gap and crack. A 3% decline on Microsoft. That's wild. That is wild, man. Should have just shorted that. That would have been the perfect portfolio hedge. Would have been a perfect day. And fucking for me, Microsoft just fucking, oh, such a frustrating name. Almost a perfect day today. Fucking SoFi Microsoft gave up the goods, man. Understand it. DXY is pumping right now. Wow. There's like zero follow through with Microsoft. I can't believe it does. Not trading like a mag, man. Not trading like a mag. All right, pretty nasty decline here, guys. We are seeing it roll over, looking like a bit of an H pattern on the indices. We could see an end of day flush here. Specifically, the way software is acting, we are getting absolutely liquidated on software. Your DXY is flying. It's now into its gap window and ripping really hard here, the DXY. Oh, yeah, nice little drop. Continuing with trading with the market. Good little drop there on Levi. Fucking IGV. Wow, what a nasty, nasty ETF. That thing is trashed, man. God damn. Literally thought this was gonna be a bottom. I swear, there just must be. I don't know why they're so hard on stuff. Car right back up. Yeah, that was a good one. Honestly, today would have been perfect for me, but fucking Microsoft, literally software, and this mother effer Palantir is the culprit. Man, can't freaking believe that. Nastiness. Yeah, I'm just glad I made money on spy call software, but I honestly can't believe this price action in Microsoft. It's just ridiculous. Not trading like a mag, trading like a freaking meme stock. Like, seriously? On a day where the market is up and Microsoft can't even hold its gains. Like, that's just disgusting. So disappointing, man. Frustrating. This ticker is causing getting gray hairs from this ticker. It's causing me to age quicker. Nasty. But yeah, that car was nice. Really nice. Here it goes. Yep, Microsoft filling that gap. Oh my goodness. Everything, even SoFi under pressure. I mean, nastiness. CRM just got obliterated. Microsoft is turned negative, man. Fucking killed me. SoFi too. Like it was up almost 10%. What the fuck? That is crazy, man. Round trips. This market, like, how, man? Frustration. Fucking software, man. I don't understand it. Literally. They're just taking all that liquidity and eating it up. Look at Palantir. Software IGV just keeps on absolutely getting obliterated here, guys. Wow, look at that move on IGV. That is just dog shit. Wow, that's crazy. Oh, these fucking software names, man, are garbage. Absolutely trash. Look at IGB, man. What a fucking short that is. Like, are you serious, man? Did anyone short software today? Because you would have taken some of my money, my Microsoft money. Wow, man. Microsoft is negative when the NASDAQ is up 2.5%. Absolute trash. Trash. Fucking garbage. Oh man, they piss me off. They really, really piss me off. Be right back, guys. Right, so the dollar is softening a little bit, looking like we could have a nice end of day push, but it's been choppy and sloppy, guys, all around. Um, This is potentially turning into a W formation on SPY. So that's structurally setting up a little bit of a bullish pattern for tomorrow. Keep in mind tomorrow is PPI. Um, Probably comes in, I would say, on the hotter side, but I really don't know. Still so many oversold software charts that if software, man, this market could fly. If software gains some traction, that's the only way this market's going to go back to all-time highs. But right now, I mean, you look at the ratio between semis and IGV, it's just dirty. You can see when we divide um, IGV divided by SOX, pretty nasty. Yeah, I think the risk to reward is better now for IGV, especially after today's gap and crack. It's crazy. Look at Microsoft divided by SOX. New lows today. Microsoft divided by QQQ. New lows today. Oh my God. Microsoft divided by SPY. Yep. New lows. Let's see. Microsoft divided by small caps. New lows. Fucking dirty. Uh, Fuck, man. If I just put all my money out of Microsoft into Lincoln Electric, would have been way happier. Way happier. Or all of my money yesterday into Baba would have been way happier. Or all my money into Boeing would have been way happier. You know, I try sticking to quality mags and they still fucking get decimated. I mean, I know we hit the top of this channel on Microsoft, but that's just dirty. Absolutely crazy. Overall, I mean, it was still a good day for myself. Members, we obviously netted a nice little gain. Pretty disappointing though for Microsoft. That is between Microsoft and SoFi, those are my biggest holdings right now. Shares at least. A little bit of a push into end of day for Microsoft. IGV catching a little bit of a bounce. Boom. Peter's Microsoft call, 40%. Wonderful. Nice trade there, Peter. Yeah, big squeeze on Microsoft into close. Good squeeze. SPY's getting a nice push. Volume's coming in. Final 1 minute. All right, good job if you caught those longs, guys. Boeing, car short, SPY. That was the big winner. I wish I full ported spike. 1,300% would have retired me early. Nevertheless, hopefully we can see some software firm up into the end of the week. That's really what's going to take the market to the next leg higher is software names. And the market can't do it without it. Too much waiting still in the software names for the market to. Nice push there, Peter. Nice push on SPY. Look at that move. Really good move. All right, big squeezed into the end of the session there, guys. We will see you all tomorrow. Nice job if you netted some gains today. We'll see what PPI has in store for us tomorrow. All right, guys, take it easy.